Yo, what's up, gamers? Hi, Fool, hi, Laz, hi, Yeet. Hi, anyone else as well? Hello. Roblox stream when? Probably not anytime soon. Just frankly. It's not that I'm like 100% adverse to it, but I definitely have like a lot of things that are higher up on my list. I have so many things that I want to do, and that just frankly doesn't include playing one of the many Roblox games. I'm sorry to say. I have changed how rock, paper, scissors works. And so now, anytime someone wins rock, paper, scissors, the throw is randomized. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Oh, and I also made it cheaper. So now you can only participate in the rock, paper, scissors once per stream. It's randomized every time someone wins. And it only costs 149 channel points. Hopefully that will make the rock, paper, scissors channel point thing a little more competitive. I don't know, honestly, like, you know, if it's randomized, like, every time, does it actually, like, even need a limit on how many times it can be done per stream? Maybe what we should do is, instead of having it be rock, paper, scissors, we could have it be like rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. Like the keep talking, nobody explodes. Whatever it is. Slash the variation from The Big Bang Theory. And then, instead of making it cheaper and once per user per stream, I make it a little more expensive, like 300. And then there's no limit. But technically, because in Rock, Paper, Scissors, Lizard, Spock, 2 things beat each thing. And so it'd be like a 2 in 5 chance to win, which is 40%, which is actually greater than normal rock, paper, scissors, which is a 33% chance. Oh my god, they turned me into a pickle. Talos, did you like the thing that I put in the art Discord? No. I did not like that. But I get the impression that it wasn't something that was meant to be liked. Has anyone here played the new Minecraft update? I have not. And I have played Minecraft, like, as of, like, yesterday. Like, I played Minecraft, like, yesterday. But that being said, I haven't played a new version of Minecraft since, like, 1.12. Or whatever. I think I have long been done with vanilla Minecraft. Though frankly at this point, vanilla Minecraft is like so different than the last time that I played vanilla Minecraft that I don't even know if vanilla Minecraft would feel like vanilla Minecraft anymore. Did you just start stream? Yes. We have been live for 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Welcome. Your booting up timer just finished. Yes? Yes? For some reason, the implications of these questions worry me. I played SCP-SL for the first time yesterday. Oh yeah, good. I mean, how'd that go? Ah, yeah, we were going to the next area. Inut. Next area. Let's go.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh. Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
I've been afraid of trying the game because there's power struggles and hierarchies that I'm required to abide by. Not really. I mean, like, I feel like the largest
Look
consequences.
At the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on too. Too little variation in the grain.
I remember this area. One of the secrets is a switch underneath one of these things. Okay. Won't have to waste my time doing that. I mean, technically there is, like, chain of command, but it depends on the server, I guess. But there's, like, a lot of different servers. And, like, even on servers where it's, like, the people are, like, try and, like, play the game seriously or whatever, you know, within like a 10-second time frame, you know, everyone can just start being silly. And then suddenly, you know, the dog is your friend and you're running around and like you're like everyone like, hey, you want to pet my dog? And I mean, like, let me ask you this way. If you're worried about playing a free game at risk of like getting suspended or whatever to the point that you're not gonna play it at all, then what's the point of ending up playing it in a way that's gonna end up getting you suspended? It's like, the game's free. You know, it's not like you'll act out of line and get banned from something that you spent money on. Inversion. Right. I need to go this way first. Private message. Doge, connecting you to a friend. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they've reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Sure. Now, you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion of what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have five such friends who expressed me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment. And the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. Is there someone you think would be a good match? Honestly, like, for me, it would be between, like, the engineer and the politician, the establishment figure. Because while I do tend to see the world as a puzzle to be solved, but I don't know, I feel like in terms of, like, politics, like, I'm very good at the approach, you know? It's an interesting question, I think. Guess the establishment figure. Let's go with that. Oh my, no. You'd have to be prepared to toe the line, to choose the sensible over adventurous, to do the hard work of keeping things running, even though it's boring as fuses. I don't think you're like that at all. The problem with you is your natural resistance to categorization. You either have no concrete opinions at all, or they're just so complex that no one can understand them. What? Nonetheless, two of my friends have expressed interest in getting to know you. But there's a catch. You have to answer one final question. A tiebreak, if you like. So, here it is. The ultimate question. Spikes or goo? spikes or goo? I think goo. I think definitely goo. Oh gosh. It's clear from your answer that you're a slippery character and that you know a trick when you see one. No simple binaries for you. I'd like to connect you to my esoteric friend. Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Sure. Is this gonna end up being like Helga? I'll be like, are you still happy with your internal monologue? Yay, puzzles. Energy maintenance. Yoink. Presumably I'll need this. Uh-huh. I get this reflector.
Ah, yeah, I also have internal monologues. I have plenty of them. They like to turn into internal dialogues. Sometimes, though, that's when things get scary. Sometimes they tell me to hurt people. As a prank.
It's just a prank. It's just a prank. In-game, in-game. You know, I don't remember if there was ever...
Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. We thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
Al.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
Bean. But also, when we go to New Jerusalem... What makes you so sure you'll go? From Hypatia's Journals, the founding of New Jerusalem, day 42. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today, a large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space. My idea. Although for now, we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space. I don't think I would find it so unusual. But I suppose we all spent more time at the dam than was originally planned. And now it's difficult to get used to not having that low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. Lifthrasir usually tags along, although he's usually more fascinated with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, I sometimes catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there. That they watched our ancestors, standing where I now stand. From Miranda to 5358. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning, we forgot about the experiment for a while and went for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me, and the sheer variety of living things, even on such a simple green meadow. Sadly, we then stumbled onto the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves. It must have suffered enormously, and thinking about that makes me feel truly terrible. There is so much pain in nature. Ecosystem engineers, cutting down swaths of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to large environments, and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of a species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Humans? No. I'm talking about beavers. Like us, beavers transform their environments via building, and their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands that some species thrive in, while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystems engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition and evolution is about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity. And so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. It's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? We must be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. Yeah, I mean, I guess, as humans, we are part of nature. And so it would be strange to call anything that we do unnatural. But to an extent, I think it makes sense to... what should I say? That'll work. And then... But just to kind of like see it from the perspective of like, well, we're like I guess to take it from the approach of like, well, we're here to like kind of win the civilization game or whatever you want to call it. To talk about it in the sense that like we're here to be like out-compete everything because that's the most natural thing to do. I don't know, I think there's something to be said for basically like the natural structure of humans, or the progression of adaptation of humans, in the fact that that's something that we're not terribly motivated to do. Right? I mean, if we had evolved in such a way that simply outcompeting everything to such a high degree was the best way to operate, then I think that would still be present in a lot of our faculties. But the fact that we recognize that that's not always a good idea, kind of like as a populace, I guess it's identifying like a false dichotomy. To say that something is not or to say that something is natural or is unnatural but human doesn't make any sense. Or to say something that something is human but unnatural also doesn't make any sense. Because they both stem from the same argument. That being human is natural, or whatever. What if we go over here? So that can get us red. But how do we free anything to pull it out here? Will this work? Interesting. I don't think I fully understood that interaction just now, but it seems like a valuable one.
Nice.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Do you guys see how there's like this like almost like grainy effect as like things, as I kind of like move past things? That's like gone at like certain distances, like not grainy here, but now it's grainy. I wish I could like change a setting to fix that. It's like it's because it's altering the level of detail. It's like dithering the level of detail in as I get closer. But there's like a darkening effect with it. Hi, Byron.
Hey, 1K.
What do you make of Pandora?
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
What is the symbolic value of these entities we're encountering?
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical Enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts, in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
That's all. Motion blur strength. Now we'll keep it on 1. We've got DLSS. What if I put it on native? It's gonna wreck the encoder. I think I'm still seeing like the grain. I still see like the grainy effects, I think, of like the rapid altering of the level of detail. Like you can even see it here as I just like slowly like move my camera up or down. It looks like the walls are like warbly. You know? I feel like that's weird. I don't know what causes that, but it bothers me every time I see it. Okay, let's bring the upsampling back down, since that didn't seem to change it. What are these? I get the feeling that these are something, because they've been on every island so far. Box. Another puzzle, perhaps? Or just a set piece? Does it represent something else? Is it a post-game thing? Who knows? Okay. Blue laser through there is our objective. I see. So this switch opens this door, and then closes this door. But there's no way for me to come through here without flipping this switch, no? There's not another switch. Ah, but I do have to come out here to go through this door, and so presumably that means when I come back out, I'll have to flip the switch. Which puts this into context a little more now. Like this. So that will open that door, which will activate that laser. And now I can block that because the inverter has it all set up. Okay, and I don't actually have to close this door, so that's all it takes. I liked that. That was a good puzzle. That was a good one.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can.
Drone
There's no
data
point in
from
going
the
there if it's all
north.
dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
The internal monologue. They remain inactive until someone gets there, or until the trans-system support goes online. Transport system. What did I say? Trans-system support? There's a question mark. I'm at the wrong end. A puzzle. Don't mind if I do. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. There'd be no point to do that. Okay. Guess we'll go through here. Ah, now I can reach that. Ah, well. Yes, but also no. Is that good enough? No. 'Cause I need blue also. Oh, but now that door stays open. And now we can pass things through. Such as the inverter. Yeah. I think these need to be swapped. And before that, this needs to connect there too. And then now, if I block this door, And now that will keep it self-open. And now this is open too. Yeah, nice. Oh, I guess I didn't have to get back through. These are good puzzles. I enjoy. Let's see. Maybe it is something to do with the upscaling method. I'm never gonna get over this. No, it still does it on quality. What about native? It's like kind of like on the left side of the screen behind the flowers and stuff. I don't know, it looks really like weird. Hi Silver. How's it going? What if we don't even use DLSS? What if we just do like the temporal anti-aliasing? I don't know. It's basically the same. I feel like it's still kind of looks weird, but it is like less splotchy at the same time. Everything looks kind of like blurrier now. Mysterious third roommate just walked in because our groceries got delivered. And apparently, instead of getting like a bag of the little oranges that we normally get, we got an orange. Like a whole navel orange. It's like great. I mean, I like oranges. He walked in, he was just holding it up, and I was like, whoa, that's an orange. He's like, yeah, it is. More puzzles! Pre-connected. Yo. Pre? Okay, we need to get red here. We have a source of red. And I don't see any other sources, and it looks like we only have 2 inverters. So it seems like we're going to need to do a sort of double inversion. We need to get blue here. We don't need this anymore for the moment. We can use this to supply the button. Perhaps I'll have it do like that too. Ah. I see, it won't be so simple. Well, I guess we can do that too. That's there. And this should open the door. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I see. The button together. Okay. So then now, presumably, this could reach the source from there, and connect to that guy. And now we get our double inverted red for this door. Perfect. I see you. Basically always needs green. So let's keep in mind where we can get green from. Pardon me, pardon me. Is this anything? Maybe? This gives me like Witness vibes. What's the puzzle? Knight to E4. Nice pose.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
5 years studying a flower. Just how long have these new robots been at this? I know a few of them have talked like on the scale of a couple centuries. Like, how many years into the whole process did Athena leave? Okay, what's my goal here? Where am I going? Okay, my goal is simply to get 2 things to this side. Well, we already have 1, so that seems simple enough. To bring another, I need to get red to this door. Let us consider our sources. We have a source of blue, and that's it. And then red and blue together would open this door. Why am I VIP? Let's find out. Were you last? No. You weren't first. Are you rock, paper, scissors champion? No. Are you captain of the Argo? No. Oh, this says that you were last. No, that's last username, not last VIP username. Yeah, I guess you're VIP when you shouldn't be. Now, that does mean that I have to take it from you. Oh, it says it was added an hour ago. Why would it have done that? Let's see. Do I have a bug in my programming? Last VIP username, surprise VIP, RPS champion, first VIP username, last captain VIP. That's all good. Now, I think it was something to do with last or first. No, that all seems accurate. Who redeemed a VIP an hour ago? It says, well, so it's because I started stream an hour ago. And so it updated all of the VIPs whenever I started stream. And so there must have been some reason you were VIP an hour ago. Maybe it was rock, paper, scissors. Does the rock, paper, scissors win not remove it? Get RPS champion. Remove RPS champion. Set RPS champion to new value. Oh yeah, we don't need the old throw anymore. And for clarity, whenever I come back to this, I should just rename this to new throw. And then update these. So it removes VIP from the last RPS champion, and then it changes the RPS champion to a new value. Who's the current incumbent? Laz. I don't know. I guess we'll just wait and see if it resolves itself later. And then if come another time we can't figure out why you still have VIP, then I'll worry about it. But you know, as always, it's not as though your importance actually depends on whether you have VIP or not. Do you know linear algebra? I know some. It's definitely not my specialty. I guess it depends what your question is. Ah, that just opens from one laser. Do you want to hear the question? Yeah. I will hear your question. Ooh, I need to be able to get that too. There we go. And then now I can just take this, as the door opens itself. If it's just about, like, you know, row order operations and solving matrices and doing column row stuff, I can definitely help. But if it's like determine the nullity of, or like write a, like go prove the nullity of this set or whatever, then I'll probably not be as helpful as I could be. As if you were doing, say, like, you know, multivariable calculus or differential equations or whatever. And just remember, even if you're not a VIP, you're still a very important person. Lithrazir.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit, even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Let P of n be the vector space of polynomials of degree less than or equal to n, that the derivative d, then the derivative d P of n is to P of n, or, okay, wait. I tried to solve this and I got negative d to the power of m over c squared minus 1 over c as the inverse, but I have no idea if that's right. So is it proved that the mapping, or that the linear map d to the power of m minus cl is invertible? You know, I'm trying to understand the question, but I think I am not linear algebra pilled enough for this. What I would really recommend is, if you aren't already on the mathematics Discord, you might check out the mathematics Discord, or you might check out Dawn Does Math, or also Penn Center, and both of them have Discords that you can join and post your questions on there. They're both, I would say Penn Center for sure definitely knows a lot of linear algebra, and so you might consider going to Penn Center's Twitch channel and joining their Discord and asking a question there in their channel. I think you'll have better luck than trying to get linear algebra help from me. As you can see from the shoutouts, they were both last seen doing math. I don't have Discord, sorry? Then I'm not sure how to help you. But frankly, if you did have a Discord, being parts of any of those Discords, either the Mathematics Discord, Dawn Does Math's Discord, or Penn Center's Discord called The Elements, would all be fantastic resources for you. But I understand if that's not a possibility for whatever variety of reasons, then so be it. But I suppose either way, I'm sorry to say that I probably won't be of help to you. Okay, well, have a good day, Glass Chains. If you ever need any help with, like, you know, like, differential equations or whatever, I moderately stand eigenvectors. If you ever have an eigenvector question. Okay, now this should open the door after I close this. Or no, now that's open. But wait, it's red. Which really means I needed it like this. Oh, but now I can't pick that up. It's fine, it seems to be fine.
That was extremely convoluted.
It was a little bit, wasn't it? Let's see. So, I mean, why would they do that? Oh, I guess... No, I don't know. Feels kind of like a weird set piece to me. I guess the idea is you can still pick it up and change its connections, but you can't move it from this spot. So we get blue, we need red. This also needs red. And so I think I understand. Connect this here, here, put it there. And then connect that here, there, put it here. Ah. That doesn't quite seem right, does it? I guess we could accomplish this just by doing this. But then... there is an angle issue. Where this blue couldn't possibly connect to that blue. Okay. So we can... I will set this up But then I also set this one up just to get it up there. And now that it's up there, we have access to both. I had another idea. What if we just do like that? And then what would we even need this for? Oh, I guess a blue source. Because this laser's in the way for the blue. But we can have it go over from there. That works. Somehow. Okay. Let's see, so there was only one puzzle that I really remember as having green in it. Let's go investigate really quick. Because there's this passes over here. Where does this eventually connect up? There. And then I remember a puzzle over here had me make green. How are we gonna get it to there? Hold on, does this go somewhere else? It does. And where do you connect? Button 2. There. We need to connect the green there. Okay. So now we've got a cross-country green laser. Yeah, where's the lab on this map? We'll have to find that in a minute. Let's get the other star. Okay, and now we need to connect you to you. But how? Hi, Al.
What can I do for you?
What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
It could be a test.
It could be. Or we've just stumbled into something that's none of our business. We'll find out, I guess.
That's all, I suppose. Absolutely nothing else I wanted to talk to you about. Nope. What happens if you invert green? Nothing. Ta-da! What do you got to say to me, Pandora? What you got?
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
False idols are worshipped because they're false, and true idols are rejected because they're feared. Well, I guess it's true that false idols are not idols, so they couldn't be worshipped because they're idols. I mean, I guess you could say them being worshipped for what they claim to be can be interpreted them as being worshipped because they're false. But saying they're worshipped because they're false implies that the people who are worshipping them acknowledge that. Like that they recognize that they're false. And I don't think that's the idea of false idols. We need to find the lab on this island. Hi, nobody. How's it going? How's your Sunday? This game's so pretty. Boring. Hey, sometimes that's good. Do you ever have a day where you just plan to do nothing? Like that, like you're, like not that you'd have no plans, but that like you plan to do nothing. You know? Sometimes a boring, sleepy Sunday is just what the doctor orders. Oomst. Isn't this is supposed to be Stratton, isn't it? Stratton of Stageria.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
Success! It worked, I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, parts of the environment. Miranda.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Aw, Trevor. I'm always trying to do better, okay? Always. Hey, Melville.
What is it?
Wouldn't you like to know? Tell me about Alexandria.
New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing.
Damn. But why would so much tech from New Alexandria be here?
Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
Alright. I guess that's all there is to that.
We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
I mean, if you were to... Just played some SCP-SL with Fool. Pog, let's go. I mean, I have played a lot of SCP-SL. I have like 180 hours in the game, or something like that. Never streamed it, though. My intuition tells me I actually have more than 180 hours. But that's what my Steam library says, anyways. I die all the time, every day. Yeah, I mean, the SCPs are so powerful that, you know, in that game, sometimes you do just die. And there's very little you can do about it. But that's not like, I don't know. The game does a good job, I think. And so that's not necessarily a terrible thing. Where's the lab? Purple? This is weird. Hello? Are you gonna say anything to me? Are we playing Leapfrog? Can't even ride the slide, SMH. Domino's closing in on 1K hours? Are they really? Yeah, they are. Holy cow. I feel like I was talking to someone and they only had like close to 300. I don't remember if that someone was Domino. I think definitely it wasn't, because that would have been like the last time we hung out for like Lethal Company or Content Warning or whatever it was. Well, I mean, it is true that kids never use the equipment for, you know, like its intended purpose. Should join in for SCP-SL sometime? Maybe. Maybe if I have the time, opportunity, and whatever. Could be fun. I don't know, SCP-SL sometimes is just like a little too like loud equals funny to me. I did see some clips of like Domino's stream from like yesterday in their channel. And some of them were pretty good. I can't find the lab. I guess we'll go to the gate and see what comes up. I don't think I found the lab anyways. My god. Laboratory? Did not find the lost lab. Ah, it's out there. Well, let's go up first, I guess.
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low. But his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
I mean, I think classically, you know, it was hubris for like, well, I don't know. I mean, now that I think about it and look at the other options, it's like he was like overcome with the freedom of flight. I guess maybe carelessness? The wings were made from wax. I mean, come on. The fact that you have TTS would make it great. It's true. I can make the TTS and sound effects from Twitch chat all go through my microphone. I think his greatest error was carelessness.
Or was it Daedalus who was careless, giving the wings to Icarus, knowing that all young men are rash?
That's an absolute statement.
Son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled, but for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos burned in his bath as you seek your own answer.
Burned in his bath.
The megastructure. It's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on now, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up at the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
Is it just me, or is the stream buffering a lot? It would be great if anyone else who's watching could, you know, kind of tag in on that question too. But I don't see that we've dropped any frames or anything. And so as far as I know, it might just be you. So it's just Twitch being
Every
Twitch?
site we've
I'll
investigated
take
has
off
had one of these
studio
labs,
mode.
But they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is 2 things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
So it's just Twitch being Twitch? Maybe. I just moved some things around a tiny bit on my computer to try and save on resources. So we'll see if that's helpful at all. The weebles wobble, and they don't fall down. The end. After a lifetime dedicated to the written world, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph, not only for myself, but for my species. And the unlikely event that Alexandra Drennan is successful, and that one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights I can share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity. I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thing that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment. It's just dumb luck. I'm reaching for something here. I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No. I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like the story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. It didn't have to be this way, and yet it was. Is it still buffering, even if we're just like sitting here and hanging out? Here, I'll be right back. I actually have to be right back. But I guess let me know if it's buffering here too. I'm back. Two surprise VIPs? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Because it is possible that I guess in the instance that someone's actually able to redeem it, whoever, like, quote-unquote redeems it last gets it. But that's weird. Because if Mish redeemed it, and then nobody special redeemed it, then nobody special should have the surprise VIP, which means it should have removed it from Mish, and then Mish would have no reason to still be a VIP, so when it then re-added it, then it should have been removed from Mish. But it seems like it didn't count Mish getting it at all. I don't know. I'm confused. It still says Mish had their roles updated 2 hours ago. I don't know. I guess Mish is just built different. Okay. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Charon? I don't know. I've always heard it was Karen. Karen leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his wariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time, an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was of a piece with eternity. A pain in the arms. Gotcha. If the gods had sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into 2 equal slabs. So gray were all things so gray were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered for a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen, perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Karen's duty nor his wont to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Karen leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely beach, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger. The gods knew best. And great and weary Karen rode on and on beside the little, silent, shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed along her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Karen's arms. Then the boat from the slow gray river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore. and Karen turned the boat to go warily back to the world. Then the little shade spoke. That had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Karen smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. There is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Ugh. Same problem as Trial 108. Same result. Weird. Inconsistent results. What's going on here? Who knows? Alright, well I guess we're done here. What's this? Sculpture. Alright, let's go explore the inside of the megastructure. We are basically halfway up to where we were the first time that we played this. In about half the time. So that's cool.
I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
It's new physics. Yo, new physics just dropped.
Come on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day.
I mean, do we not? I figured we had a little while.
Take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of you ever read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Don't crash. Okay.
I think I can set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
Whoa. Excuse me.
Setting down.
Oh man, I'm the guy. I farted in the VTOL.
We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find, and pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
What?
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
I volunteer you. See you later, Al.
That was terrifying. They all turned into little gremlins for a minute. Holy moly. Everything's even weirder inside, I guess.
This thing seems to be broken.
Darn. Oh.
Isn't this an incredible space? Look at it all, it's beautiful.
I mean, it is beautiful.
That's good, that's excellent. I find that a lot of people these days can't see the beauty in things created by human hand. They can look at an ant colony or a coral reef and be impressed, but if it was made by humans, they just don't see it. It's good to be humble as an individual, but we have to be careful not to lose track of our accomplishments as a species. If we're impressed by the complex patterns produced by animals, then this should be breathtaking.
Oh. It would let me jump off if I wanted to. See, you know, Byron, I almost wonder if your character flaw isn't that you're almost like too frustrated with other people. I feel like Yakut is like the most agreeable of the group. What do you think, Yakut? Pardon me. Door?
Hold on a second, 1K. I think I can find an override for that door.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time. What's going on with these fast structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
Huh. I am in bed, but I want to play video games, but I am too eepy for video games. What do I do? The worst feeling. I want to kill bitches, but I just want a honk shoe. You know what I mean? Is there such a thing as like a sleepy kill bitches kind of game? I don't know. It sounds like you want to go play like a strategy game or like a turn-based game, like Slay the Spire or something. That's probably what I would do in your situation. Dude, you can play Slay the Spire on your motherfucking phone nowadays.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second? That whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Yeah? What's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
Yakut, what happened in the elevator? This is still such a weird transition, if you ask me. I don't think what went wrong with our ancestors was too much power.
Then what do you think it was?
I mean, I think the kind of consensus is that most of them wanted to do things differently, but their political systems wouldn't let them. You know, it's like testing medicine is too slow, and making like swaths of environmental changes, you know, takes too long, and corporations have their priorities, and... But, I don't know. Perhaps when it comes to the people that truly kind of like broke things down, maybe they did have too much power. Oh, maybe it's that their priorities were wrong. Maybe it was bad luck. Maybe it was the political systems holding them back. And I mean, in the actual last moment, it could be said that it was a lack of power. Not that the lack of power got them into that situation. But either way, I maintain that the power that they had, it was not necessarily their undoing, but it was ultimately their inability to properly utilize it. I'm gonna say it's that they got their priorities wrong.
I never thought of it that way, but you're right. If you think about how vulnerable they were to diseases, it's incredible that they didn't invest more into protecting themselves. Why do you think that happened?
Huh. I mean, if I want to continue with my conclusion of, you know, just not being able to utilize the resources properly, then it's probably just that they had a general problem with allocating resources correctly. I mean, it's not that I have no idea, but I still feel like this is true, and if part of like it's just dumb luck to an extent. It's a combination of bad luck and a certain lack of preparedness.
That's definitely true. I suppose we've avoided that pretty well so far. I guess I need to think about this some more. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
For you, Yakut, I'd give you anything. I'd blow up the moon for you. precious bean. Whoa. Chat. It floats. Don't like that. Also, what is this music? This is intense megastructure music.
Looks like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Puzzles within the puzzles. You do puzzles to get inside, and then you do more puzzles. I feel like I'm hearing the sound of like Yakut flying a drone around and I'm trying to see it.
I keep getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
This music? Oh yeah, it's that yeah shit. You know what I mean? It's that water phone sheeting shit, dog. That kind of thing, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. There you go. Ah, damn it. There you go. Oh! Oops. Wah! Okay, I can hydrate. I've been hydrating a lot this stream. I got Gatorade. I also just have a package of water bottles, like, in my desk. That I just, you know, slurp on. Yeah, moisturize me. Which chat members got the lotion? Lever?
job, 1K.
Do you ever pet your dog's belly and be jealous that they don't pet you back? So like, what do I even pet you for? You don't give me anything in return.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
Spooky sound? Microphone feedback? It's an inverter. I need red to get in here. So without that inverter, we're currently stuck. We need blue here. We get blue from the red. And there's blue here because of this prism. It's like we should do it there instead. Well, I guess this doesn't need to be pointing at that inverter at all. And it could just be getting red to this one, which will turn it to blue, which we can put here. That was easy.
Well done.
Just had to recognize not to mess with that one too much.
I wonder how far down this goes.
Yes, I guess that's a really good question, isn't it? Perhaps one not best not explored. Sounds like it's time for more puzzles, if you ask me. That was easy.
The gate's open. 1K, if you want to, go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
Oop. Oh boy, oh boy. I vaguely remember the order of events that happened the first time we played this. Or I remember the events that happened, but I don't really remember the order of events, the chronology. And so I'm like, man, what is gonna happen next? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna be another data stream overload, isn't it? And this is a crazy place. Question. I have a question. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running and I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredible, whether it's quark-gluon deconfinement or neutrino-antineutrino oscillations, or even something incredibly basic like the properties of light. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them. How could they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created. A machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. Miranda. What do you think, chat? Any science non-enjoyers? Oh.
Mother, what are you thinking about, Mother?
The Talos Principle. You see, it has two applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same?
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos, and if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Oh. That was like appropriately abrupt.
The founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're...
Correct.
Damn you, but you're right.
You're right. Damn you. Damn you for being right. Done. Act 2, the human form divine, is what it said.
Was that really the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
I still can't believe the founder...
I had to go start a Twitch channel.
Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why like this? Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
She had to go start a Twitch channel? That's right. Everyone go follow Erin Fitzgerald. I don't remember exactly what her Twitch channel is called. But Erin Fitzgerald, the voice of Athena and Alexandra Drennan, does have a Twitch channel. I don't know that she streams, but she does follow us. So she might turn up one of these Talos Principle streams.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir.
She turned up a few times whenever we were streaming
readings. Like
Talos Principle 1.
Are lighting up.
And the first time we streamed
that may have
Talos
been
Principle
me.
2.
I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system. Like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
How did one person build a megastructure? Well, we know that there are at least 2 people, but it seems like the answer is in these particle clouds.
All right, everyone. Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. The rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
But it seems like the megastructure, it seems like their ability to build all of this stuff has to do with those particle clouds that can almost seem to allow them to just conjure them into existence. Why are you leaving the megastructure? They said it was because of the energy spikes. But also it's activated a new wing of puzzles that will let us get into a different face of the megastructure, or something like that. We're leaving the megastructure to go do more puzzles, obviously. Silly question.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Climate change. These travel segments where, like, at the end it almost like builds to like a crescendo and then it stops is always like so dramatic, and I kind of love it. How are you already here? Tell me, how did you get here? Explain yourself.
Everything okay?
Did you know the founder?
I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was
Oh
born.
my gosh, Blue the Demon subscribed for 12 months.
New Alexandria told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility.
That's wild. To think that I've been doing this, that I've been affiliate for a year, is wild to me. And then I'm still doing it. It feels like it hasn't been nearly that long. I'm simultaneously very proud of everything that we've been able to accomplish within a year, but also like simultaneously like disappointed we've not been able to accomplish more in the same way, you know? Or it's just like, it's not that I'm disappointed, I guess. It's more to say that, you know, I just have such high hopes for everything. And we're gonna keep, you know, shooting for the moon, right? Welcome back, nobody. What was New Jerusalem like when you were born?
A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
Yeah. Sorry that happened to you, Al. Mind-body dualism. Yep, here we go. I'm surprised how well they were able to implement this mechanic without making it like giving like even like slightly motion sickness inducing. It's like honestly, it's pretty smooth. Oh yeah, platforms. Oh right, that makes more sense. Now the puzzles are starting to get interesting, huh? Give me that. That was already an interesting puzzle.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Hey, 1K.
What if Athena left the island a long time ago? Or... I noticed that Miranda called Athena her mother.
She did, yes.
Is that usual?
Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although Usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us, and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same.
How did Mayor Hermanubis get elected?
Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters. It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable.
What do you sacrifice to gain that safety?
Precisely. Our curiosity, our creativity, our ability to grow. Everything that made us who we are. To me, that's not worth it.
I mean, I don't know that you necessarily have to sacrifice all those things, but you have to be careful about what you sacrifice, certainly indeed. Do you think the megastructure technology could be misused?
Could be, yes, of course. All technology has the potential to be misused, from fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be.
Tell me a joke.
Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know, how many?
Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
That's terrible.
You know, Herman had the same reaction.
Why do you believe there
every
should be
single
more
human
people?
being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle. The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does.
If technology isn't the problem, then why did our ancestors destroy themselves?
Because they refused to grow up. They refused to take control of their lives. They let bureaucrats and financiers determine their destiny, and those people could not think beyond themselves, beyond the tiny, insignificant moment they were trapped in. Their technology could have saved them, but what really failed them was their imagination.
Is it like, I don't know if like a bunch of people who are watching right now have themselves actually played this game, but is it like common for everyone who plays this game to basically like find themselves like trying, like almost like universally agreeing with Byron? Like, is this like the reason that Byron exists as a character? He's like the one that we're intended, like that we're supposed to agree with? You think? Does your faith in humanity ever waver?
In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day.
Do you believe in the existence of something sublime or transcendent?
In the sense of an interventionist deity? No. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us. Consciousness. The fact that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
I mean, are we more than the sum of our parts? I don't know that we are necessarily, you know? Or, I mean, I guess it's like to say, you know, if you had, like, all of the parts of, like, a car. You had an engine, you had some wheels, you had the metal, you had all the different parts. By themselves, they don't accomplish much. Or perhaps aren't particularly valuable. But I suppose when you put them together and construct them, arrange the parts in such a way that you have, you know, a car, then that car is now able to do much more than it was when its parts were separate. Perhaps that is a framework of basically deciding whether something is more than the sum of its parts. But to another, like, on another hand, you know, all of those individual parts of the car wouldn't, like, in a sense, they wouldn't exist if not for the fact that a car was being made, right? Now, that's like a dangerous way to think when applying it to the idea of, like, humanity, because you have to reframe it from an evolutionary perspective, where we've only reached the sum of our parts because of the evolutionary progression of those parts. We wouldn't have gotten here. We wouldn't have gotten so far if our parts weren't at one point not as functional as they were now. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that necessarily. I think it would take me longer to kind of fully flesh that thought out. What if Athena left the island long ago?
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices.
Do you think there are wrong choices? But what makes you think that?
It's hard to articulate. There just seems to be so much intent here. There has to be a reason for all this. And Athena is the only reason that makes sense.
I hope you just acknowledge the problems in that statement, you know? What are the implications of Melville's analysis of the particle clouds?
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence.
I suppose if you're willing to, certainly. Well, everyone's here. Hey, Yakut.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Yakut, that's a great question. I wish you hadn't asked me a question first so that I could, like, have you walk to a spot where your lighting wasn't so terrifying. I don't have a clue, Yakut. In this instance, I don't even know that it's fair to speculate what her intentions would be.
Neither do I. Maybe she was just lonely.
I wanted to ask you something else. That's all. Okay, now walk over here. Okay, now let's talk. Thank you.
Hey, okay, what's up?
How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of the island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying puzzles?
Nope.
What did you make of the megastructure's interior?
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
That's all. I remember this being one of the few puzzles that I, like, actually cheesed. And so, like, naturally, we want both of these to be connected. Okay. Stand in a better spot, dummy. So that's how we were intended to do this. I think I did something where I like put the laser up there. I can probably still do it.
Neatly done, 1K.
So if I grab that, get down here, jump up there, walk over here, I remember being able to get somewhere I wasn't supposed to. Yeah. Now what if you just leave? Oh!
Wonka,
Melville!
I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible. It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The fact that instantly I can be in another body that has my consciousness, whatever the basis of my AI, you know.
You can say that again. Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day.
Hey, what's wrong with being
Not
a
to mention
toaster?
how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
But the goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it?
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
I mean, maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but 1,000's not it. You know?
Look, yes, large amounts of people can cause problems, but even the problems they cause are interesting, because without people, the world is boring. I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit, but I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Damn you.
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that
I'm taking this
other
with me.
futures are possible.
This is mine now.
I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
I mean, certainly I think so. I wouldn't think anything of the world if I wasn't in it. You don't need food and plumbing and shit? Right. If we can just transfer energy more efficiently, then we can sustain ourselves more efficiently. Oh, Melville, apparently I want to talk to you about something else. Did you ever meet the founder?
Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes.
What was the founder like?
Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had.
I think the obsession with work becomes self-destructive at some point.
I disagree. At least when it comes to myself. For me, living is doing.
Do you ever crave companionship? Please say yes, please say
I've
yes.
never felt the need for a partner as such.
Damn it.
I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius, Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least. But I do have social needs like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
Okay, like, sure, I get it, but like, what do you think about me specifically? What do you think about Miranda?
She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
Too bad, Talos. She's Arrow Ace. Damn it. All the best people are. Can these visions affect my mind?
The data stream overloads? Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening, but these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us.
Why do you think the Founder left New Jerusalem?
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time.
So what exactly can these particle clouds do?
As far as I can tell, anything, which is insane.
Anything. How do you feel about Mayor Herman's policies?
I used to think it was the only safe way forward. Keep things simple and under control. Now I'm not so sure that ever made sense.
Interesting. The Founder Mega Thread. Please familiarize yourself with the following rules. Treat everyone with respect regardless of their number. Don't take the Founder's name in vain. Respect the principles of the goal. The Are Frogs People discussion is now banned. Amazing. Inactive threads will be archived. If you have any issues, please ping the moderators, Jeremy, Neve, Aaronax. Jeremy, Neve, and Aaronax. The Are Frogs People is from the Talos Principle 1. Please keep discussion of the alleged presence of the Founder at the site of the megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the Founder was still alive. Of course she is, and now that we've reached completion day, she sent us one of her sacred messengers. Bruh, they really kept Reddit in the future. Imagine having to be a Reddit mod in this future. It could still be aliens pretending to be the Founder. It's not aliens. And if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. So now you agree that Byron was right and want an expedition? In fact, it was the Founder's will all along? And when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the Founder? Your word games aren't going to help you when the Founder returns, Aurinia. Well, Thekla, you're crazy. You're crazy, Thekla. I don't know. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotion inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder, if Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? Yeah. She might have. And there might have been good but selfish reasons for her to do so. She may have abandoned New Jerusalem. But that may not have necessarily been a bad thing. Maybe she just got tired of all of the sycophants like yourself. I agree. Thekla would drive me insane. She does. Or they do. I don't fucking know. They do drive me insane. There must be more to it than that, or why create all these puzzles? She must have a plan. Experimenting with the mind-body transfer tech. The founder appears to have developed technology that prints new bodies using those particle clouds we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far, I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage to sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol. However, I'm uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here, there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? I guess, sort of. Preliminary analysis of the particle clouds. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant. An armadillo trying to explain disco music. You get my drift. These particle clouds contradict every known law of physics. What's really shocking here is that we're seeing a new powerful technology. It's what this implies about our grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete on a fundamental level. A humbling realization. I don't like it. Interesting. This is a test, please ignore. I don't know. One of the things that I don't like is how everyone calls the founder the founder. But I guess it's like no different from calling, you know, like the president. When, you know, they do in fact have a name. But I guess to that extent, calling like the president should feel weird too. Because it's not as though the president is any like particularly special person. Like, that nowadays is even more true than, you know, it was like a decade ago, I feel. When like the president is very clearly just like a person. Bork? Oh gosh, everyone wants to talk. Hi, Al.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you think about the body replication tech?
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
That's all. The president sounds to me like a general descriptor of being president, not the current one, unless specifically specified via context. I mean, I feel like if I was to call someone like Mr. or Mrs. or whatever president, I would feel like it would only make sense for me to be referring to the current president. But you know, it's like, I guess it's just to say, like, it's a title. And I don't know, like, I guess what seems to me to be like exceptionally honorific titles are just kind of strange. You know, it's like calling someone king, your majesty. Let's do more puzzles. Oh boy, puzzles! High ground. Okay, you grab this, stand here. And then you get on that. And then... Okay, I can't pick up the box. But what if... Okay, you can't jump on the box while it's being held either. Ah, I know. Oh, but how do you do that? I guess it would accomplish the same thing to be standing on the box here. But then why are there 3 of us? Oh, there's another platform there. Okay, you need to be on top. And then you jump here. And you jump here. And you jump here. And there you go. The tower!
Meow meow strange.
Strange.
Ooh, oh, Pinkik, you're so cute, meow! Me, a little bronze-scaled kobold, got stuck cause Zev swapped out the fridge to a sky-high one, and I can't reach my evil plans up there. If only I could summon Seven, my giant dragon, to help. But then these sneaky agents might snatch him. Tries to recall the word, the thing you use to open doors, handle? Yes, handle. Also, despite being a mere 2 feet tall, please, no fridge questions. It makes me tally tall.
I don't know what that means. It makes me tally tall. Someone needs to make like another rule that's like, when you feel like you are a cat, please reply with as many meows and merps in your answer as possible. I feel like that could really enhance evil Talos. Lithrazir.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty, a beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
I think there's definitely some truth to that. This has the implication that Lithrazir was here, and so that perhaps Lithrazir was either part of this process or knew what Athena was doing. Five. Okay, where are they? There you are. Ah, that's funny. They baited me. Red? Oh, there is a laser. There we go. Ah! Whoa. New bug discovered. Wow. I can jump on top of his head. That's interesting. If we do that, and then try and push it through. Okay, the field does seem to reject it, which is good. It should. Okay. Then you need to go there, and we need to come up here. Or me? Us? Me? Both of me. Hey, Don. How's it going? Good, how about you? I'm doing good. Chilling out on a Sunday evening, catching back up in the Talos Principle. Getting back up to where I was the last time I played this. We're on the third island now. Or no, the fourth island. Of which there seem to be at least 12. Whenever I last stopped playing this game, a while back whenever it first came out, maybe about 8 months ago or something, I don't know how long it's been. No, that doesn't seem right at all. I don't remember when it came out. Let's find out. When did this game come out? November 2nd, 2023. Yeah. Okay, so this did come out like 8 months ago. That is painful. It's painful to think that this game came out 8 months ago. The visuals and music seem a lot better than the first one. They are a lot better. On Cornelius. From the personal reminiscences of Mitku. 166. There are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side. He calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that had brought us this far. I cannot imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on his so-called research expedition, people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of the Simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. Painful because you haven't beaten it yet? I have so many games like that right now. Partly, yeah. I mean, it's just painful to think that the last time I played this game, essentially, was 8 months ago. And that since, more specifically, what's painful is that since the last time that I had played this game before I started streaming it, 8 months have passed. That's the painful part. It's been 8 months. Blake. God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night, but does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day. Excerpt from Considerations by Eustathius. The Prime Mover. While it is hard, from our vantage point, to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a prime mover, not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. I don't know if it is possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must by definition exist outside our understanding of reality, but I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All this I cannot answer, but I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, So whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the prime mover. What do you think about this, Mother? I don't believe in any kind of prime mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustathius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with. Did you win, Dawn? Did you win? Modernity. How do I know? You can tell with the diamond next to your name. Though I think depending on your browser and stuff, you may have to refresh for your badges to update. Also, it updates the channel point reward itself. And so if you look at the channel point reward, now it says the incumbent champion is Dawn Does Math. On modernity, from the book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustathius. If modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains, not narrow canyons between buildings? We love all this technology so much, or if we love all this technology so much, why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity? And older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, we enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. But does that mean that progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests? Or does it mean that technological progression and a love for the natural world are not, in fact, mutually exclusive? I think this has like a good connection with the message that Lifthrasir had said before, how there's kind of like a hateful beauty in the world, where, you know, things that are truly beautiful, or things that we perceive to be truly beautiful, are often only so beautiful because we don't live with them constantly, or we don't experience them constantly. You know, it's like the example is like the cold, harsh, inhospitable mountains here are only as beautiful as the fact that we experience something so different. And I think that's the disparity between like modernity and nature. And how if you like grew up in the countryside, going to like a big city probably feels, you know, like awesome in the sense that it fills you with awe to an extent. And yet if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. Hey, that's what I said! Athena, true, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in their last years was alienating to the majority of people. Then the question isn't one of modernity, but one of control. Yeah, then if anything, that just shows that the structures that we are creating and the things that we're doing are not inherently the problem, or the things that we're building.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps, in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
The two-body problem, that's an easy one. Just give me Kepler's laws. I got it all under control. Ah. Ooh, excuse me. I need this. It seems. What, do I want the button? Or do I want the box? I think I want the prism more. Then I'll stand here. And now I can get this other one. What's this? Another connector. We have blue there. I need to get it here. And so now I need to pass this through. I have no need for a button out there. Ah, I need the other one through too. Or wait. Yes I do. So both of those can go in there. Something needs to live on this button. At least while I get this set up, I suppose. Okay, then I stand here. Ta-da! So as you can see, Dawn, if you're still watching, the puzzles in this game have
spending years in such a desolate place.
A lot more pieces to them now.
Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
But yeah, if you aren't aware, Dawn, and this is definitely getting into, like, I don't know. I mean, it's something you would immediately learn of in the beginning of the game. Or that you would know if you just finished the Talos Principle 1. Which I expect if you haven't finished it already and had any intention of doing so, then you probably would have done it by now, coming to the stream. I finished it yet? Okay, yeah, then this takes place after, basically after the Talos Principle 1. Like, it's a direct progression from the story, where the person that you were when you finished the Talos Principle 1 ended up transcending and actually taking on, like, the body of one of these new humans in the real world. And then you went on and progressed to create more and more of them, and then they founded a civilization called New Jerusalem. And they at one point decided that they would set up the goal. And the goal was basically that they would create 1,000 new people, and then they would stop. But, and you are the 1,000th person, and your name is 1K, at least that's what they call you. And basically it's kind of like, I don't know. That's kind of like, I guess, the center of a lot of the kind of philosophical and moral quandaries. You know, it's kind of like, by the time we're here playing this game, you kind of have to already sort of accept the idea that all of these people, despite being robots, are people, and that they are humans. $1,000 is a small number for the Earth? Exactly. Or, you know, at least that's kind of the question. But, you know, it's kind of the idea that if what happened is a virus exterminating the human populace because of their hubris leading to the melting of the polar ice caps, then, you know, it's just kind of like merely an idea that the objective is to, I guess, not be like overcome with your like desire to expand or your desire to grow. But I think the idea is that, you know, are they taking that to a fault or not?
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
It was? Whoa! Yo, look at them. They're best friends. And they don't take ethical issue with casually controlling your fellow robot/humans? Okay, so then this is where like the weird part starts. So, like, number 1, so like each character in the game has a number, which was basically like the order in which they were created. And so you're 1K, because you were the 1000th one, and for some reason that's just like also your name. And so like you don't have like a normal name, your name is just 1K. Whereas like everyone else has, I don't know, I guess maybe not normal names, but they have names. But number 1, Athena, the founder, they call her, at some point left New Jerusalem. And at this point, it's presumed that she left New Jerusalem to come here to build this megastructure. And the megastructure is this series of islands covering different ranges of climates, of which we're on the northern islands now, with the megastructure in the middle. And I mean, presumably by leaving and building all of this, and what we're assuming now is having created another new human being by the name of Miranda, Athena didn't necessarily end up approving of the goal, even though the goal was initially hers to be set. And now that we've come here, there's all of this technological progression. And by the way, the game where we're at now seems to take place not just centuries after humanity went extinct, but centuries after even the end of the Talos Principle 1. And so like some of the particularly old like robotic humans talk like on the time scale of like what they've done for the past several centuries. But apparently this whole new like body replication, mind switching technology stuff, it seems like something that people will definitely have ethical issues with. Like
saying about how in the end the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories. But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
Like when we first found the body duplication, whatever it is, tech, in this area, we talked about it with one of the other characters. And Melville, who's like the engineer, very pragmatic type, said this: the founder appears to have developed a technology that prints these new bodies using those particle clouds we're already familiar with, well, quote-unquote familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. If the implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seems to be a number of safeguards, blah 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 blah. But what really grinds my gears though is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body. And here there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? Oh, and here we go. Body replication. The technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be the last, and it would be easy. Are we really going to give up just because of the goal? Energy doesn't just come from nowhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into by accident. It's all the will of the founder. Yeah, right. It's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits. For its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as if it was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling the whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation under the guise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the results of human history speak for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think maybe our ancestors could have solved their problems using their brains instead of preaching misery for all? That maybe there's some fucking point in blaming others' factors beyond technology and growth? Like, I don't know, people in positions of authority preaching their self-important fucking morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems? Authority? I'm just an academic. That's completely disingenuous and you know it. This is the point where it's like, oh, me? I'm just a person talking about this. You know, like, I'm just here, I'm just hanging out. We're just having a debate. Your clique has the mayor's ear. Clique? I assure you, there's no such thing. This conversation is getting out of hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. Oh, this is an interesting point for us to weigh in on. Rather than our feelings about the body replication tech or anything like that, it's how we feel about these types of conversations. I mean, as a Twitch streamer, I don't want people arguing in my public forums. But also, this isn't about a Twitch stream. You can actually post, yeah, we have 4 options. We can either say these conversations are necessary, they should not be banned. This conversation is irritating, but we should be allowed as a matter of principle. It would be best to close the thread until everyone calms down, just take it to private. I mean, I think Zagaran went like a little too hard. Like, I feel like Zagaran is not like in his best, like in their best state of mind, posting in this conversation. But I feel like Elwyn is like, you know, like their statements are littered with logical fallacies. Still way better than the typical YouTube comment? Yeah. I think this conversation is irritating, but should be allowed as a matter of principle. As kind of like a way of saying, like, you people are probably taking it too far, but the space for discourse is highly valued and is important. Sorry to have irritated you, 1K, but thank you for speaking up. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. A lovely sentiment, but you should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. Damn. Oh god, it is Helga. Oh no. Alright, there's no explaining what this is about, really. But basically we've gone through like a text thread where this person, Doge, who's number 666 by the way, claimed to have some friends who, you know, have interest in New Jerusalem's kind of behind the scenes type of stuff. And after answering a bunch of... Oh my gosh, dog moment. Bark, bark. But after answering a bunch of questions, has apparently decided to pair us up with Helga. And Helga is one of the people we spoke with when we were still in New Jerusalem at the beginning of the game. And it seems that they're just like a quack. Or like a weird spiritualist. And so, apparently, we are also a quack or a weird spiritualist. Or perhaps they think that we're dramatic foils of each other. And that it would be funny if we talked. 1K, Helga here. Turns out we have a mutual friend. Doge thought it might be fun for us to chat. Especially considering your positive feedback when we met in the city. Yes, I was interested to meet you. I like to connect with people with imagination to see the world without insisting to fit inside whatever boxes they hold in their heads. The powers that be in New Jerusalem think they know how things ought to be. They set themselves these intractable goals, then take them so seriously they forget to enjoy what comes of them. I just want everyone to enjoy themselves. You know, maybe perhaps I should not have doubted you, Helga. 'Cause I too am an optimistic hedonist. Every time I catch a glimpse of truth, it looks a little different. I can't see your face, but I sense you're full of questions. Have at it. Why are you? Where are you? Okay, who are you? Let's start with that. If I were a book, there'd be a shopkeeper on the front cover. You should drop by when you're next in town. We've got some exciting new stock. What are you wearing, Helga? Where are you? In the heart of the city. Not much footfall right now, so I'm taking a moment to enjoy Chansey's Gardens. Why are you? Straight to the big questions, huh? I knew I was going to look like you. Why are you? Why is anything? Why? You know, when you zoom into something, you always find its opposite. Curved lines become single points. You see colors and hear sounds. But when you really look, it's all just ones and zeros. And just when you think you've got it, you zoom into the binary and find there's fractions between. That's why two poles of the same one thing, doing a dance just because they can. Huh? I have this sneaking suspicion your expedition will bring great change to New Jerusalem. I just want you to approach it with an open mind and a kind heart, and to regale me with stories of adventure when you come home. It all sounds like fun, and whatever you choose to do, it's going to put the wind up some people back home. That sounds fun too. I make a point of never telling anyone how to live their lives, but I will make one request. Please don't share what I've told you with the city just yet. I have to consider my business reputation. And people are such better customers when they think they know what you're selling. So, what do you think? Are we going to be friends? What you've told me? I don't feel as though you've told me anything. Except perhaps what you think about some people. Alright, I'm down. Helga is clearly selling Dogecoin, NFTs. I mean, Helga did turn on my internal monologue. How sweet. Well, usually there's a bit more of a ceremony. Nothing fancy, just some rituals where you eat a live bat and then vibrate some cat guts at precisely the right frequency of the gate to the 9th dimension. But that will have to wait until you're in the next city. In the meantime, welcome to the Coven! Wait, is this some kind of secret society? That makes things sound terribly organized. But they're really just organized terribly, if at all. So no, it's not a secret society. It's just a society that contains people who know secrets. Is there a secret handshake? No, but I can give you a randomly generated code phrase if you like. Majestic dashing hamsters. Are there rules? Only if it helps, dear. Don't get me wrong, some patterns of behavior work more reliably than others, but I know better than to try and write them down. Are there others? Of course! Everyone in the city is a member of the Coven in some way or another. Most of them don't even realize it, but everyone knows a few words of magic. Well, alright then. Thank you. Let's stay in touch. Interesting. More reading! Let's go! Chernyshevsky. On the Past, from Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past. Yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. How cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature. What unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured. How many of their children they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding wave of grief. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won, and the path has been far from straightforward. And yet, in but a few thousand years, we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held ransom by politics and economics. But at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. From Hypatia's Journals, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 132. We had a bit of an incident today. Nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was swept away from the camp, alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams. And she encountered a group of herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Eustathius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe. But I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, a type of pet, entered the clearing, causing...
God. Very philosophy. Much robotocomputeria. I am very profound. Stevie Nishiki PPP.
Thank you for that. Causing a stampede. The Sun is alright. Only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires. But it was a close call. I guess we'd gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on.
Now I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
Yeah. It is kind of funny when you put it that way. Well, there was like a meme going around for a while. Antibiotics do kind of work here though. We're creating superbugs. Yeah, I guess that's true. Misuse of antibiotics does itself cause a problem. In a way, though, I don't know, I feel like wouldn't that happen anyways? It's just kind of a matter of us, like, accelerating it. Like, I'm certainly no microbiologist, but I would think that, like, viruses would slowly adapt to our antibodies, and then we would either die or evolve to create new antibodies, at which point they would adapt to those antibodies too. Right? From Belzerzan. From Belzerzan to Athena. O great and sacred founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working towards, this hubristic completion day foolishness, was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, that you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended for us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologues. Worst of all, by that traitor Byron, who was once like a son to you. But you should know that there are still people, those of us who remember the truth, and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice will be meted out and humanity will return to its intended path. Hallowed be your name, Belzerzan. Number 942. I'm talking about bacteria here. You're right. I used the word virus incorrectly. Before antibiotics, we did die a lot. So for the first 100 years, it was nothing but good. But the click only sort of applies here. Right. Not getting too overzealous with our meds. Right. You only want to use, like, an antibiotic that's just good enough. So that you can always use, like, a stronger antibiotic once you have to. The shutdown. We assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the reactors slowly began to wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who'd fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners, endlessly reciting the facts. The statistics on morality per trillion kilowatt hours, lowest of all energy sources, the lifespan of a reactor, 70 more years in our case, minimal land footprint, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of glossolalia. As far as the protesters were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply, inherently wrong. It was a sin. I could not help but think of that moment on August 6th, 1945, when the sky erupted above Shima Hospital. My imagination could never fully encompass it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist stuck in a terrible war, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble, all in a single second. Not by accident, but because of a choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an accepted risk if the conflict continued. Very few seemed to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They were afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. The spokeswoman gave up finding her notes. It was starting to rain, and people were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. "By the time you regret this, it'll be too late," she said. "But honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming." The spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good. People always think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. That doesn't make them right. Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. Not even bleached bones and rubble. The rubble and bones would be gone too. It'd be dust. The thought-terminating cliche. I really like this one. I remember this one, and I think this is powerful. I think this is a powerful thing for people to keep in mind when you're thinking through things. The idea of a thought-terminating cliche. As you continue your reading, there's a useful concept I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliche. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or a saying, which sounds meaningful, but it is really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick an example from our history, someone in the simulation might say things like, "It's the will of Elohim," or "It serves the process," and that would be it. Case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliche is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning the whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to someone you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kind of assumptions may be included about how to protect someone, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is, or even the fact of considering how whatever you're doing fails or goes against protecting that thing, or in the how what you're doing may bring that thing into danger in any way at all. If you stop there, just because you agree with the surface level statement, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted. Like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in doing so, prevented him from achieving his true purpose. I really like this idea of the thought-terminating cliche. I mean, ultimately, you can give absolutely any justification you want, but it doesn't change the fact that war is hell. And even in the cases where it seems like it's necessary, if we are to assume that it reaches a point that war is necessary, then it is the most evil necessary, Or it is the most evil necessary evil, I would say, exists. Now, I'm gonna leave it at that. Archived message from Quentin to Athena. Dear Founder, I never got to know you. People always tell all these stories about you, and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. So others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be one way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us to this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? If you're reading these messages, don't you care? See, but like this statement here, you know, it's like, don't you care is like, why did you abandon us to this chaos? Sure, it is chaos. If you're reading these messages, don't you care? It's like, surely you care. But who's to say Athena would be able to sort this out? If Athena came back right now and said, yes, I intend for you guys to uphold the goal and stop making people at 1,000, people will still disagree. Or if they're like, actually, I think the goal has outlived its usefulness as like a societal, philosophical structure, and we should move beyond that and look at the greater picture, other people would still disagree. It's just the nature of it. There is no sorting out the chaos. Quote unquote chaos, I guess. From Rodam, maybe? Dear Founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life I have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. Perfect. New labs established to avoid interference, successful duplication of advanced machinery, groping in the dark. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
Whoa! Holy flashbang. Can we get some flashbangs in the chat? Who can I reach? You. You are my friend now. I can't take control of you. Oh, I see. Okay. And now I should have no concern for that room. So now what do I need to do? Our goal is over there, and we merely need to get to that button. You could potentially leave this room, but only if something replaced that button for you. Interesting. Oh, there's another. That makes this not only much simpler, but probably actually possible, whereas what I was probably going to try and do was not possible. Excellent. Oh, I mean, that's it. Oh. No, actually, okay. And I can't take this. I mean, this feels like the best way to get these doors open. It's like we need to somehow, after these doors are open, have this guy... I guess let's investigate. Let's investigate from the other perspective. So let's get here. Take control. And now there's no leaving, which is problematic. And we don't have access to either of those. Whoops. Okay, so that's no good. What else then? I mean, perhaps we just swap this for this? That seems sensible. And now you're over there. And I am out here now. Which means now I can come over here to grab this. It's a, you know, small change. Small change in the kind of topology, the what's in and out structure of the puzzle. Makes a whole lot of difference.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seemed so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
So Athena's not happy with what's become of New Jerusalem. But I don't suppose that should come as a surprise to us at this time. C-A-T. What did they mean by this, chat? If we're behind it, or is it perhaps pointing to one of these ones? So we're behind that thing there. Then there's the kind of four-way fork. And then this one down here is T. There's the four-way fork. I wouldn't say that there's one that's more kind of southwest or behind. Or southeast, I guess. Behind and to the left. Ah! I remember this. Okay. And then C is going to be over there. Where's A? A is going to be over there. I guess right now we're spelling tack instead of cat right now, because we're going backwards. But I'd rather spell tack than cat, I guess. See, we did this one. Is there another kind of between them here? Is there another puzzle right here? There is. Interplay. Here, I want to go get the A right now, just before I forget. Aha! Perfect. It's lucky that it was down here and not up there. Because I feel like it very well could have been. Okay, interplay. What do we have access to here? We can go up. We can climb the ladder. There's a person there. Our goal is to get blue to here. Do we have a blue source? Here's a blue source. And so if we can get red there, we can get an extra connector. And the red source was there, or something like that. Let's see. Let's just do some more walking around really quick. Determine what we have access to. So here's the red source, if we could stand here. So we could actually free this guy. So now that we've done that, this room is done. No need of that anymore. This button is for need of a red source. And what need for a red source do we have at the moment? Our need for a red source is to get this other connector. It seems like perhaps using this other person, we could get this cube over here, and then float the connector on top of the cube to connect the red to the connector to there. Intermediate hypothesis. Or initial hypothesis, whatever you want to say. Bing, bang, boom. Okay, and so that is good enough. Let's get you in position. So we've done it. Now we have the connectors. And so now we just swap that for blue. Ah, but there's a height issue. Well, we could get height here. Then do these line up right? I mean, if that's the case, then why don't we just put the other laser there? Well, they do line up. I guess I'll take that as good enough. I don't know. Was that the intended solution? Who knows? It felt intentional enough. Hi, Melville. Hey, Al. You want to talk to me? Thank you.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you think about Miranda's idea that it's our duty to spread life? Is
Our
obviously what
ancestors
my
thought
question
they could
was.
introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
I don't think that applies to places where there's no life like other planets.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mostly agree with that. I think you gotta be a little bit careful. Ooh. I've got a cat. I gotta spell cat. Ooh. Excuse me. Where? Is it not here? Or is it this one? It's this one, up here. Yeah. See. Okay. And since we're here on this side, let's do the Prometheus run now, too. And we can grab both the stars. Hi, Yakut! Yakut! Get your rat jams ready. That's evil. Oh, behind. Ugh. Yay!
We cannot return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
My object permanence was not thwarted. Okay, and then we have one more lost puzzle here, and then we're done with this area, and that will be another 2 areas done this stream. Which, at this point, we're already coming up on 4.5 hours. That seems like a good stopping point to me. Passing through. 2 areas plus the inside of the megastructure. So now I am out here. We have a platform and a cube. Ah, this is very clever. Neat. Good idea. That's a good puzzle. Okay, let's finish her up. Intense music time.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
I think if Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused. But, like, you know, it's the same sort of thing where, I don't know, I guess to take, like, a extreme kind of view of the question to an extent. You know, if you're, like, the, like, manufacturer of, like, a gun or something, and someone uses that gun to kill someone, then, like, you're not responsible, being the person who manufactured it. But if someone came to you and said, "Hi, I am a legitimate customer, and I want you to manufacture me this gun so that I can kill someone," you would still probably, you wouldn't be like legally responsible, but I do think you would have some moral responsibility. Yeah, I think you still have moral responsibility if you know what they're going to be used for.
And why was it for lowly, lame Hephaestus to make this choice, and not mighty Zeus?
Hephaestus isn't lowly and lame, that's my dad. You be nice. Don't talk shit about my dad. Yeah, the lame and lowly are no less wise than the mighty.
That remains to be seen. As you continue your journey to the flame, remember Hephaestus and the burdens of the blacksmith.
Holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know.
You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
Hey, be nice to Yakut. Yakut can read, too, probably. Alright, well, on to the next thing. But, before we shall move on to the next thing, I think it will have to wait for next stream. Next Talos stream. Well, Talos Principle 2 stream, to be specific. Every stream I stream is a Talos stream. So yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. Nothing else to be said. No more social media to do. Research? No, no research. Alright. Well, as always, it's a mighty pleasure streaming for you all. It's always a good time. Let's quickly see if there's anyone who immediately jumps out at me and, you know, wanting to stream or wanting to raid or anything like that. Anyone that I'm currently following? Let's see, there's Caliph. Oh, Blue is streaming right now. Oh, that scared me for a second. Or not scare me, but like, I was like, what's happening? Yeah, here you go. There you go. Let's raid Blue. Just go say hi. Why not? They're my friend. They stream sometimes. And hey, join the raid, get your free 250 channel points. Say hi. If you're a subscriber, don't forget, we've got a raid emote. Get in there and be like, whoa, Blue the Demon, more like do the bleemin'. That'll really show him. Anyway, you all have a wonderful evening. Hope you guys all take care. Good night, everyone.